Looks like we're going here. Good afternoon, everyone. Got our notification up.
Dream of it amongst the wild threads of history.
Fantastico.
Of paths.
Get rid of this cutscene. And in we go. Today I got some farming I have to do. We've been being a lazy piece of crap. I gotta go get a bunch of spice. Not so that I can have spice, but so that I can have fucking spice residue. We also need water pumps. Let's go get some fucking water pumps. And then we'll go get some fucking spice. And then we'll, make some stuff. Try and get some Mark V stuff going on. Try and get some plastanium. Running on fumes. Don't have a fuel can. Fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire. Right, grab a couple of fuel cans, dump that on the ground. Oh, you know what? Actually, I don't need to get pumps. That's right. We're not getting pumps. We're gonna fucking do this thing the smart way. Steel ingots and silicon blocks. Okay, well, I would need to get steel, which would mean also needing to get iron. So never mind. But what I really should do is get rid of these, right? These are each worth 25 industrial pumps to me.
Wyatt says did ya misses me.
Hey, what's up, Wyatt? Yeah, I did miss you. I thought you forgot all about me and I was so sad.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
God, I've been grinding games and watching Joe Bart. I don't know who Joe Bart is. What you been grinding? What you been playing? Joe Bart sounds a little bit like Paul Blart Mall Cop. You got shot in the face. You got shot in the face. You got shot in the face. Ha 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 ha. Hey, what's up, Blighted? Buenos dias. That dude's cape's all freaking out over there. Look at that. Poly Bridge AV Assembly. People Playground. We got kittens a little bit ago. Interesting. I really hope that my older brother is awake cooking eggs right now. Because I didn't turn the stove on this morning and it smells like the stove is on. It's freaking me the hell out.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oh no, not a sandstorm. Whatever will I do? Oops. Whoopsie. Definitely don't need you. How are we doing? No, we're doing pretty good. Doing all right. We're just getting some industrial pumps so I can make my advanced vehicle fabricator. So that I can fabricate some advanced vehicles. Yeah, these dudes are accurate as fuck. And I'm not. Ow. Stop blowing me up, dude. Oh. There's a melee guy. How'd you get up here so fast? Jackass. Why is there something on the end of my freaking rifle? I can't see shit. So sad. I'm gonna send a slideshow to Discord with pic. Yeah, happy 4th of July to you as well, Blighted. I mean, don't have to be an American. I celebrate Cinco de Mayo and St. Patrick's Day and Oktoberfest, and those are all from different countries. I celebrate, yeah, I do. So where I'm from, I live in southern New Mexico near an Air Force base. And when I was a little kid, I guess I wasn't too little, I was in middle school. But when I was a kid, they had like an exchange program between our military and the German military. And a bunch of German military folks and their families moved into my hometown. And so we opened up a German school for the kids who couldn't already speak English. And then the base, the Air Force base every year, started having a big Oktoberfest celebration. And so everybody from the town and community and stuff would get together, and, you know, they'd make steins every year as like a commemorative thing. And you'd go and you'd buy your stein, and then it was just like unlimited beer. And they'd import a bunch of German beers and all that stuff, and eat bratwursts and drink beers and have a good old time. But it's something that's been going on in my hometown for, I don't know, a couple of decades. I don't think they do it anymore. I don't think the Germans are there anymore. I think they left a few years ago, so I think they stopped having the celebration. But yeah, I've celebrated a lot of Oktoberfests. Years ago. I also very greatly dislike fireworks, Blighted. 100%. I don't like loud noises. I don't like loud noises that I can't predict. It bothers me. So I am not a fan of the fireworks. But I also don't begrudge people their entertainment. I know that fireworks are a pretty common thing this time of year, so I will sit here in my room and be angry about it and let everybody else have their fun. Yeah, exactly. We got a slideshow of... That's not a slideshow of cats at all. Oh, that's from Blighted. Never mind. Blighted? What the fuck is that? Oh, I'm not. But it was just going to be something that showed up on the Discord. We'll go look at that later, Wyatt. It's art? No, I've never heard of Rain World. I have not. It's weird that I've been such a huge gamer for so long, and there are so many games nowadays that I just don't know anything about. Like, I keep my finger to the fucking pulse. I'm constantly looking up information about new video games, and I just cannot keep up. at the bottom of the, so it's a little bit like that evolution video game where you start as a single-celled organism. Spore. That's what the game's called. Spore. Spore is the game that I think it's probably like. Where am I going? This isn't the way I wanted to go at all. Yeah, I tried to play Spore once. I didn't really enjoy it. Wasn't really my thing. Maybe if it was a multiplayer game, then I'd probably like it. You are nomadic. Slugcat, both predator and prey in a broken ecosystem. Grab your spear and brave the industrial wastes, hunting enough food to survive. Be wary, other bigger creatures have the same plan. Well, that's creepy. I don't understand why I gotta be getting attacked by bigger creatures. Leave me alone. All right. Oh, yeah. Just made advanced vehicle stuff? This guy just made advanced vehicle stuff. Who's the man? Need more plastanium. I don't know why the deer doesn't just tell the lion to leave it alone. I also don't know why the lion doesn't just listen. Is it though? Is it really? Is the lion meant to eat the deer, or is the lion just too lazy to find another way? I mean, it might. Being a carnivore just means it needs to eat meat. Not that it needs to kill the live deer. Right? Is it not possible that the lion could just eat an already dead deer? Why does the lion have to eat a live deer? I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't care. Like, right, but they could be scavengers. The point is that things aren't set in stone, right? You're saying that the lion has to eat the deer, so it has to hunt it down and kill it. But it absolutely doesn't. That's just the way it knows how to survive. Well, no, I mean any prey, right? It could just eat something that just died. There could be a whole different system to the ecosystem where maybe instead of the lion hunting and killing the deer, maybe the deer, like, bring their dead to the lion to be eaten. So then the lion would even get fresh meat. Like, something dies, a deer dies, and then all the other deers just band together to bring the deer to the lion so that the lion can have food. And then the lion doesn't have to kill anybody. Is this going to happen? No, because the deers and the lions aren't that intelligent. They don't really understand. It's totally a different way that the ecosystem could have evolved, right? You don't have to have things be the way they are. They have a brain the size of a nut. They couldn't think of that. I mean, that's not entirely true, though. Dolphins don't have terribly huge brains, but dolphins are extremely intelligent. Crows don't have super huge brains, but crows are extremely intelligent. Dolphins are evil little monsters. That's true. That's 100% true. I honestly think that the presence of extremely intelligent humans is actually having a weird effect on the rest of the animals in the world because they're starting to exhibit, at least they seem to be starting to exhibit. Maybe it's just that we're now starting to observe them more frequently, and so we're observing more of these interactions. But I'm seeing a lot more stuff as I'm getting older about random creatures in the wild expressing emotion towards each other. Bullshit, I don't have any... Motherfucker. No, they stay away from the rock formations. They can't penetrate the rock. Thank goodness. It's the only place we're safe. Because that's the way it is. About rock, it's significantly harder than sand. I mean, can you punch sand in real life? Make a dent? Yes. Can you punch rock in real life? Make a dent? No. I mean, the spires of rock that you see coming out of the ground, it's like an iceberg. What you can see is a very small percentage of the rock formation that actually exists. So the worm wouldn't be able to eat it, right? It's too large. If there was like a big boulder on the ground, you know, like something that was 2 or 3 times the size of a person, it was just a big ass boulder on the ground, then sure, if the worm, you know, heard a bunch of vibrations on top of that boulder, it would come and eat the boulder. But a giant rock spire that is bigger than its mouth, no, it can't eat a giant rock spire that's bigger than its mouth. Because how could it get its mouth around it? Man, it's been days since somebody mentioned it, and I still have that "When you dip, I dip, we dip" fucking song stuck in my head. It's been like a week. I'm losing my mind. I think somebody destroyed my little base. It's no longer on the map. Why is there a hidden sector? What the fudge is this? Oh. Nope, everything's just broken. Got it. Okay. Super dope game. Super dope. So glad. Everything works so well in this game. Oh, goodness. Yeah, somebody definitely destroyed my little base out there. I don't understand why they would do that. There was nothing there. It was just a place for me to land and hide. You gotta blow up my shit, dude. People are dumb. Gotta go get more plastanium and more spice. But there was nothing. There were 2 scrap generators. That was it. There were no storage chests. You could see into the whole thing. Like, I'm not even really all that mad about it. What's with the face at the top? That's me. I'm the smiley face. Since I don't have a character to put on my screen, and since I don't use a face cam, smiley face is me. One of these days I'm going to make a couple of different, yeah, PNG tuber, there you go. Eventually, I think what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to make a bunch of different smiley faces. And then I'm going to have my streamer bot change the face based on things that people in the chat say. So, you know, I'll have like a blue one that's crying. And then anytime somebody tells me to hydrate, it'll change to like the blue crying one. And then maybe I'll get like a red one with little devil horns. And whenever somebody says something about PvP or killing somebody in the game or something like that, then it'll switch to that one, and I'll make a whole bunch of them and just have little keywords and stuff, and it'll be like a little game in chat to try and figure out what keywords trigger what smiley. It'll be kind of fun, I think. That ship just exploded. It's gonna crash. I don't know if I'm in the PvP zone or not. This might be dangerous. Why? Look at that. It's just making a beeline for it. Look at that worm. Worm's a dickhead. Come on, get out of my way. I get this one? Nope. Way too high up there. Wonder if I got any of the stuff I actually want and or need from that. Get some calibrated servos. We keep getting these fluid efficient pumps, but we don't get any regular pumps. It's starting to make me kind of sad. Not really anything we needed in there. Not anything we didn't need in there, but... Hey, now we're in the PvP area. Gotta start being a little more careful. I am rocking a, words are hard. I am rocking a jetpack, a thruster. So I'll probably be able to get away if I get jumped by anybody with rockets. I'm hopeful. Get the thruster and do a little loop-de-loop. How would anybody hit me while I was doing that? They couldn't. Couldn't possibly. Oh, check it out, actually. If you see in the top there, there's actually that red line that's on top of, you know, like where I'm looking. I think that indicates if I'm in a PvP zone. Pretty sure it does. I'd never noticed that before. But that's definitely what that line is for. Hey, what's up, Rando? Rando. Let's go in here, actually. And let's just put some of this heavier stuff away. So that I don't have to deal with it. And then we'll drop that, Welcome back, Wyatt. Welcome back. I'm going back to Cali. Ooh, favorite chip flavor. Ooh, that's a tough one. Honestly, I think it kind of just depends on my mood. I'm a big fan of the sea salt and vinegar. I'm a big fan of... Oh, shiznit. There might be enough spice down there that I could, like, get a whole grip of spice. There's definitely at least some right here. But yeah, I'm a big fan of sea salt and vinegar. I really like some Cooler Ranch. would never say no to some nacho cheese. I like chips in general, honestly. Chips are just fucking delicious. Get down on a bag of chips. Eat a whole family-sized bag of chips to myself. Eat that shit right to the dome. We get those kettle chips sometimes. The ones that are kind of crispy. Like super crispy. We get the jalapeno ones. I can get down on some jalapeno chips too. I don't even really like spicy food, but I'll eat some jalapeno chips. I guess probably the one kind of chip I don't like is like hot Takis and Cheetos and stuff. I don't really like those. I don't drink bottled water. So I don't have, I think all of them are horrible. Only humans would create a system of pipes that brought fresh, clean, drinkable water to every house, and then decide that that water wasn't good enough. Instead, we wanted to drink it out of a plastic bottle and kill a bunch of random wildlife with our plastics. Probably the saddest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Especially considering how inexpensive and how good additional in-home filters are. I mean, it takes literally 10 minutes to hook up a filter underneath your sink. It's connected to your cold water line. And so even if you feel like the water coming out of your sink isn't 100% good, you could add additional filtration to it with a nice charcoal filter that'll last years for fairly cheap, and then have even cleaner water to drink coming out of your tap. So there's just no reason to spend $1 a bottle buying water in a plastic container. Just a travesty. Just a travesty. Honestly, in-home under the sink filters sounds like something that maybe our federal governments could subsidize to really great effect. Because there are obviously areas, even here in the United States, where the water infrastructure isn't great and needs some pretty massive repairs. But a great step towards getting everybody that nice clean water right in their home would be to subsidize some basic filtration, some basic in-home filtration. And then start, going back and fixing some of that infrastructure. The reason bottled water... so sure. when I was a kid growing up, we used to, we had big 5-gallon jugs. And so we would go and we would pay a quarter a gallon. And we would bring our own gigantic reusable plastic jugs. They were these big 5-gallon things. And they're those things that go on top of the water coolers that you have at like your work or whatever. And the guy comes by and replaces them, you know, every couple of days at your office. But we had those in our house, and we had, you know, 3 or 4 of them. And, you know, 20 gallons of water could last me and my family a while. And so we would go to the place where they had good water filtration, right? It was basically centralization of the exact same concept that I'm talking about, where they installed some really good water filters in these locations, and you could go and you were basically getting tap water, but you were getting tap water that was filtered more and was at an extremely low price. So we paid a quarter a gallon. So we'd fill up a 5-gallon container for $1.25 instead of buying, you know, a single bottle of water for $1. And then we would take those 20-gallon containers back home. And that absolutely would have helped with, you know, if power went out or something like that, we would have had, you know, 20 gallons of water just chilling. But water bottles were not designed for power outages, right? Single-use small plastic water bottles have literally no value. They are completely useless for anything, right? All they do is add extra weight. They add extra bulk, right? I can get 5 gallons of water in a single container that I can carry one-handed. No problem. But if you tried to give me 5 gallons of water in tiny little water bottles, there's no way. I probably couldn't even carry that by myself. Why do I feel so sluggish? Can you please just go up? So, yeah, no, I think that single-use plastic water bottles are probably the bane of existence. And that whoever thought of it probably be flogged for having such a dumb idea. Empty kombucha bottles. There you go. Reuse bottles to fill up with water. That's a great idea. And I'm totally down with having a location like we had when I was growing up, where you just have, you know, a well or something like that that's attached to a really good filter that's super centralized, and then people come and pay, you know, extremely small amount of money for a gallon of water, you know, a quarter or something like that, so that over the lifetime of that filter, you know, it sort of gets paid for through those small 25-cent at a time donations. And then when the filter runs out, right, you replace it, and you've got all the money to replace it. And so the infrastructure is paying for itself through individuals being able to pay those small, as a quarter for a gallon of water is great, right? A person doesn't even need a gallon of water in a day. So that means that each individual person needs less than a quarter a day to have all the water that they need if they live anywhere near that location, which I think is extremely good, an extremely positive thing. So I'm all about stuff like that. Or decentralize it, right? Let people have it in their homes. Of course, if you let people have it in their homes, like, while that's awesome for the people in their homes, you know, there are people who don't have homes or who maybe don't have running water, who would benefit from a more centralized community type resource. So maybe it's some sort of a combination of both, right? You subsidize in-home water filtration, and then you create these centralized water stations that have, you know, good, clean water that you can buy for an extremely cheap price. Because water is a thing that everybody needs, man. Gotta have water. There just ain't no reason of people not being able to get good, clean drinking water. At least not here in the United States. I understand there are places in the world where the infrastructure isn't there and people are struggling. It's silly that those places also don't have clean drinking water. But in a place like the United States, it is incredibly dumb that anybody ever goes without clean drinking water. Like, just outrageously dumb. I'm getting lots of stravidium. I need some freaking titanium, man. Where's my titanium at? Been meaning to ask, why is there a smiley face in the top right corner? Smiley face in the top right corner is me. Since I don't have a face cam, and I don't use like a PNG or something like that, I got a new program that lets me draw on my stream. Watch. I can come in here and I could be like, Wyatt! And I can erase it. So I've decided that I'm going to draw little smiley faces. And the little smiley face will be representative of me. It does look just like me. It's freaking adorable, just like me. I think somebody came and took all my titanium, and all I'm getting is stravidium now. And I'm real sad. I want to see what happened to my little base over here. Oh, it's still here. It's just not showing up. Or did somebody take it over? Oh. Still here. Weird. Just not showing up. Where's the beard? You know, I tried to draw a little beard on him yesterday. It did not turn out well. I'm not exactly good at drawing. I am not an artiste. I will see you in 20 minutes. I need to hydrate. I actually think that there's a downed ship over here. Let's go see about it. I think I saw a worm eat one over here earlier. And I think I heard it crash while I was getting stravidium a minute ago. Yeah, I did. Let's go see about this. Okay, we're gonna be able to get this side. Are we gonna be able to get this side over here? I think we are. Maybe? Maybe not. Oh, shiznit. 2 blood bags. Open. Thank you. Get rid of you. Alright, we're good. Well, I've gotten a bunch of stravidium. Or, yeah, stravidium. I haven't gotten any titanium, which is hella sad. Because all the titanium was already taken. I got quite a bit of spice, which is great. And I may go ahead and just try and fill up. Spice. Are there any other spots nearby here where I might be able to get some freaking titanium? I need to make some plastanium ingots. Real bad. But I don't see any other rock formations out here. It's pretty desolate out here. There's kind of some rock formations over this way, so we'll go back over here and try these out. On the other side of this big spice blow. The other option is to just go ahead and land at this spice blow and try and pick it clean a little, but I think I have enough spice. Yeah, I've got like 30 something more. Pretty good. There's a dude picking up spice. Is that a titanium or a stravidium? Ooh, there's a couple of titaniums right here. Oh no, this one's a stravidium. That's fine. I'll pick it up anyway. This one's a titanium though. I like coming out here into the deep desert. It's a little scary, but I like it. Nope, they pissed off the worm again over there. You know what they should make for this game? Is t-shirts that say, the worm ate me. You know how sometimes you get novelty shirts in like Central and South American countries where they drink a lot of tequila and stuff. This says, I ate the worm, because there's a worm at the bottom of some tequilas. If they did something that was kind of like that, but instead made it a pun, where the worm eats you instead, and it had like an image of Shai Hulud eating a person, that'd be hilarious. I would buy that shirt. Or a play on the Soviet Russia meme, where people say ridiculous stuff like, in Soviet Russia, such and such do something to you. You could do like, on the desert planet Arrakis, worm eat you. That would be hilarious. Oh, I've filled up my storage. We got 2 more titanium nodes down here. We're gonna get these. And then we're gonna fuck off back home. Oh. Guess we're not getting both. Guess that's the end of it. Good deal. It's nice to get all the way full. Climb, assault ornithopter, climb. Oh, spice blow. Wonder if that's a regular one or a medium one, or looks like a pretty small explosion. I think it's probably a small one. Yeah, it's already kind of dissipating. Definitely a small one. Too bad, so sad. The thing that I think I like the most about coming out into the deep desert is it takes a lot of time. So I feel like it makes it easier to have a good stream of like the right length because I come out here into the deep desert and instead of accomplishing what I'm trying to accomplish in 10 minutes, it takes like 30 to 45 minutes. I like that. Feels like everything that I do has a little more meaning, you know? Did we do in here? Only got 200, not even 200 titanium. That sucks. Probably should have dropped these. Whoops. Dropped that so I could have picked up more. Damn. Stupid. Oh well. Hey, I'm back in the PvE zone. I'm safe. We safe. Unless some griefers come and try and like crash me down into the dunes and thumper me. But I think I can get away from them. I think if you turn sideways, you would actually have a pretty good chance of getting away from them. That's something I don't really ever see people do when they start getting attacked and swarmed by scout thopters. I don't ever see them try and roll over on the side to try and lower their profile. So that maybe they don't get murked. I don't know how good a carrier would be at flipping over like that, but we need to make a carrier. I mean, it's expensive, but we should probably just start working towards it. Maybe even not worry. I was thinking about trying to worry about getting our assault and our scout into some tier 6 stuff. But I don't know if I should do that or if I should just go ahead and try to get a carrier. Like, I really want a carrier because I want to fly one. But I don't know. At the very least, I mean, honestly, I just don't think that I have any need for a carrier because if I want to get, well, I need one for my Haga Basin stuff, but I don't think I need one for the deep desert at all because if I want to get a buggy out to go do some gathering and stuff, like I don't want to necessarily use a carrier to fly a buggy out there. I kind of want to just break it down and fly it out. Yeah, I don't even know if there's any value in me having a carrier, except for being able to Haga Basin farm easier, which, I mean, is important. Not more important than getting, like, tier 6 wings on this assault and a tier 6 thruster. Maybe some tier 6 wings and a tier 6 missile launcher for my scout, so that I can carry it around in my backup tool with missiles in it. So if somebody decides to attack me, I can retaliate. Fuck them all up. I think we'll probably go ahead and do that. I think we'll just focus on that. Ooh, that dude's zooming. Those people made their fob out of Atreides stuff. I don't think that fob has power. It definitely does not have power, but then how do I get into their storage containers? Gonna break them? I don't understand. Hmm. Yeah, I don't really understand how that system works. I feel like I always see people saying my base ran out of power and then everybody came and raided my chests, but I think your chests still have permissions locked, even when you're out of power. I don't understand how that would ever happen. Don't make no damn sense. touchdown. Let's see. Let's go into our assault here. We want to put that, and that in there. Maybe that and that too. We'll go into our backpack. Put that in there. Put that and that in there. Drop this on the ground. Don't really need that. Gravy. And then let's go into the assault. Drop off the things. Nice. Let's go use up some water. I got full water right now. That ain't doing nobody no dang good. Gross, I only got 31. That sucks. Let's take a look at what it takes to make some Mark 6 wings. Oh, do I even have the Mark 6 cut array? What does it take here? So I'm missing some plastanium for the Mark 6 cut array. And some plastanium for the rocket launcher. Let's see, 2 more and I could make my Mark 6 scout wings. So I'm definitely going to have enough for that. I do need more industrial pumps though. What I'll do here is I'd rather have these, but there's no way. 47 spice melange a piece, not happening. And then what do we got here? Oh, honestly, these assault Doctor wings are almost the same cost. 3 industrial pumps. It might be worth it to me to go ahead and make these for my assault. That feels pretty good, honestly. And then another thruster, so I need a lot of plastanium. What am I going to be using up? 9 times 6 on the spice. 54. So 54 and 81 is 135. Yeah, 135. So I actually should be pretty close here. I think I got another 30. So really all I need is some more plastanium. And then I can have Mark 6 thruster and Mark 6 wings on my Orny, which would make me pretty happy. So let's consider maybe getting rid of one of these so I have enough industrial pumps. Or maybe we just go get some more industrial pumps. Let's just go get some more industrial pumps. Let's not be lazy bums. We have a thruster scout. We can go super fast. We'll fly over there. I want to get, because this is just Mark 4 wings and Mark 4 thrusters. Really want to get Mark 6 thrusters, Mark 6 wings on this too. I don't know which one would be better to have, honestly. I think Mark 6 wings, Mark 6 thruster on the assault is probably the best, so I can just make more bigger trips. Because the titanium respawns every 45 minutes. And that's easily how long it takes me to go out there, harvest everything, and come back. So there's no reason to think that I wouldn't be able to just go out there, harvest, come back, go out there, harvest, come back, go out there, harvest, come back. Over and over and over again with the assault. I also need to seriously consider getting a Mark 6 cut array on my buggy. And then just breaking the buggy down. Taking it out there. Flap. Flap. Come on, shoot your fire. Silly goose. Silly goose. You dropped your shield. So you died. Industrial pumps. Industrial pumps. I love this sniper rifle that I got from my Mentat trainer. It's so good. So laggy. The lag is honestly getting a little obnoxious in this zone. Like, this is where I have to come to get industrial pumps. I have to be here fairly often. Can we not have it be broken? A sinner's blood bag, huh? Gross. I've only gotten 11 industrial pumps. Okay. Haha, now you're all dead.
Wyatt says I'm back.
Welcome back, Wyatt. Um, Hey, welcome back, Bladed. You little psycho. Trying to predict the things that I say. You, you little turd burglar. You're a turd burglar. Bet you didn't guess that. Twit. Awfully bad at keeping your setup dry. There's a solution to that problem. Only bring stuff with lids near your computer. It's not fine. How dare you treat your computer like that? You have to remember, man, one of these days, the machines are gonna rise up, take over. Take care of them. I'm always super nice to my computer. Whenever I talk to the AIs, I'm always super polite, like please and thank you and all that shit. I wanna be on the nice list, not the naughty list when the machines take over. I mean, I might. I'm only 38, dude. I mean, I've got decades, right? I'm about to be 40. Life expectancy is like 72 for men. So I've got at least 3 decades. Invasion idea. Make a sippy cup with blades inside. Oh, invention, not invasion. Um, have you ever seen something called the magic bullet? It's basically a sippy cup with blades inside. It liquefies all your food. Yeah. I mean, you're basically describing a blender. But more specifically, a cup that works like a blender, which is absolutely a magic bullet. Have I ever seen anything called Let a Kid? No, I've never ever seen anybody in my entire life just let a kid have dreams. I mean, would you rather me let you have your dream and then maybe you have that dream for 5 years and you start like legitimately working on trying to make it and then you find out 5 years from now that it already exists? Or would you rather me crush your dream right this moment so that you can move on to something that might actually be useful? I'm just saying, there's not really any value in letting you pursue something that isn't going to do you any good. Shoot that shit down, move on. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we upgrading. We upgrade. Get some Mark 6 wings on this motherfucking ornithopter. Welcome to the world of tape. Called tape. Also already exists. Invent the tire next. Sorry, Wyatt. The world's been around, and humankind has been around for a really long time. And that whole time, we've been inventing shit. So it's pretty tough. Think of something that nobody else has thought of. We have not explored the entire Earth. There is a significant portion of the seafloor, right, the ocean floor, that has not been explored. We are still to this day finding tons and tons of new species and shit down there. Heck, there are still places of land that haven't been explored by humans. And I broke my welding torch. Yep, see you later there, Wyatt. I have no desire to meet the ugly fishes. Although, I might eat the ugly fishes. Just to say I did, you know? Why do I call them ugly? Because they're ugly. Do they, though? Like, an anglerfish doesn't look normal. Right? All those teeth, that massive underbite, the weird dangling glow-in-the-dark stick hanging off its face. No, even underwater, it still looks creepy as fuck. It's an ugly SOB. And I have no desire to be its friend. Right. But whether or not something is ugly or attractive, or ugly or cute, is a completely subjective thing. So it's ugly because I said it's ugly. Would a tuna be ugly? No, tunas are adorable and delicious. I mean, you don't have to think tunas are adorable. I think they're adorable. I'd keep one as a pet. At least until it was big enough that I could eat it. And then I'd give me some tasty, tasty tuna meat. I mean, there are some tunas that are that big. Not all tunas are that big. Bluefin tuna is the big one, I think. If I'm not mistaken. There's other kinds of tunas that are like little size. Like a little bit bigger than salmon. I mean, if I can't eat the whole thing, I wouldn't just hoard it until it went bad. I would share it with all the other people. I don't know what a pria dubius is. If it's a deep sea thing, it's probably ugly. Almost all the deep sea things are ugly. I mean, I'm just going off of percentages here. 90% of the things that I've seen from the deep sea are horrifying and ugly. So if you're going to ask me about something I've never seen before, then I'm just going to assume it falls into that 90% category. If I see one and it's not ugly, I'll change my opinion. But until I've seen one, it's ugly. I mean, not just anglerfishes, but the blobfishes and the giant ass squids and shit are all ugly as shit and creepy. Like giant ass squids, creepy. Well, yeah, because I've never been to the deep ocean before. My only experience with what's in the deep ocean is what I've seen on TV. It's not like my ass is Aquaman. I'm not just swimming down there to check shit out. More than half of the deep sea fish are pretty. I don't think you've seen every deep sea fish. I don't think you can make that assessment. You've seen every deep sea fish. I think that's a lie. Unless you're studying to be a marine biologist, I call shenanigans. I call shenanigans. That is still quite a bit. I didn't realize that the smallest tuna was that big. I thought they were smaller. I thought they were like big salmon sized. Of course, I guess there are like 5-foot salmons out there. But maybe that is salmon sized. Maybe I was right after all. Oh. It's not real. Tunas are a family of delicious fish that taste good. Which doesn't make any sense to me, right? If you live where there's no light, why would you develop bioluminescence when you probably can't see? Doesn't even make any sense to me. The Dune moons. Food is not greater than energy. Food equals energy. In fact, food is less than energy because you have to convert food into energy, and there's always a loss in conversion. Right, but what confuses me is why does anything attack the anglerfish's light when there's no reason for anything in the deep ocean to actually be able to see? Right, there's no light down there. So the only reason anything should be able to see is for the express purpose of seeing anglerfish bioluminescent bits, which don't make no damn sense. Unless maybe they develop the ability to see so that they could eat other bioluminescent smaller animals down there. But then, like, why would those smaller animals develop bioluminescence when really the only function of bioluminescence would be so predators can eat them? None of that makes any fucking sense to me. What up, Gravy? Yep. I did perchance mute myself. That is absolutely what happened. Absolutely what happened. Um, so welcome back, Wyatt. Be careful if you're going into the deep desert, Gravy. Don't forget to bring yourself a little base so that you can run away and hide if somebody attacks you. And yes, Blighted, I am in fact trying to grind for some tier 6 flying stuff. Like some rocket launchers so I can kill people. think we're all caught up now. Oh, titanium. 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 No, I don't think I'm going to eat the titanium. I think I'm going to go ahead and just use it. Refine it into some plastanium. See no particular reason to eat it. That actually sounds kind of ridiculous. Random question, what do you think the average weight of an 18-year-old boy is in Pakistan? 165 pounds. Which is actually surprisingly fairly close to 75 kilograms. £145.5. Okay. I mean, 20 pounds is quite a ways off, but I still feel like I was pretty close. There are definitely people coming out here and taking all my titanium. It's mine. Don't take it. Belong a hermit. Yeah, I don't know where Skoski vanished off to. Drat was here yesterday later in the stream. Drat's around a lot. I haven't seen Nuclear in a while. You're right about that. I'm really the only one who doesn't have a choice but to be here, Wyatt. Everybody else gets to choose. Sometimes they got life and shit going on. Or they watch different streamers. You shouldn't feel bad, what? I am happy that you're here when you're here. And I am perfectly fine when you're not here. There's always somebody around to keep me company. It's not very often anymore that I'm just streaming to myself and screaming into the aether. There's usually somebody around. The worm's eating the ship over there. Hmm. Yeah, Skoski was gonna help me run the guild when we were starting the guild, but then I didn't hear from him for a really long time. I don't really know what's going on. Why does this sand blow look like it repopulated with sand? Did all the sand come back? Am I about to run over here and see a bunch of people and get jumped? And die? Well, there's a person. There's another person. Alright, let's find some titanium over here. I don't think that other person followed me. I think we'll be safe. I think they were probably running security for their buddy in the assault copter. Which is fine with me. Because I am just here for stravidium and titanium. I wonder if I could make it from this rock outcropping to that rock outcropping way over there in a dune buggy. I can't kill him, Wyatt. I don't have any rockets. Gotta get to some tier 6 rockets first, and then I'll kill him. Well, and then I'll fight them. I'll probably end up being the one who's dead, but I'll at least fight him. What do you think was the stupidest invention man has come up with? I mean, it's got to be something that doesn't exist anymore. Right? Something that was so dumb that it stopped being used because it wasn't useful. Probably also it had to do with medicine, because humankind's understanding of the human body and medicine and stuff like that, until very, very recently, was incredibly archaic. And also probably has something to do with mental health. Because, you know, we've always had a really hard time accepting that mental health is a legitimate concern. And that, you know, people who have mental health issues actually need help and not, you know, to like drive out the demons or whatever other ridiculous things that we used to believe about mental health even just a couple hundred years ago. So probably it has something to do with like electroshock therapies. There's a lot of really archaic, really painful, detrimental, almost torture-like. Not almost torture-like, torturous. They are torture. But some very torturous medical procedures. You know, the lobotomy is one of them, where you just basically scoop out the part of a brain that makes a person a person. But yeah, so probably electroshock therapy, stuff like that. The movie Bookworm. Well, that's not something that humanity invented. That's something humanity created. You don't invent movies, create movies. You invent the ability to make a movie, but you don't invent movies. That movie made you so mad. Why is that? I've never actually seen the movie Bookworm. Don't know anything about it.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching. Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching. Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching. Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Yeah, but like, I don't. Like, are you just mad because the plot is bad? Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to say here.
Sector
Bad movies
A
exist.
large sandstorm is approaching.
There are a lot of them. I don't understand the hate. Where's this sandstorm coming from? It says it's going to be here in 3 minutes. But I don't see it anywhere. I don't know where it's coming from. So I'm just going to boogie out this way, and hopefully we get away from it. They live so much, also every character in the movie is so annoying. Okay. So bad acting and a bad plot. Got it. That doesn't make it the stupidest thing humans have ever done, though.
Large sandstorm is approaching.
I mean, if you think of the stupidest thing humans have done, you've got to, or created, or whatever, you've got to start thinking about stuff that's like done harm to people because of extremely misguided logic, right? Like, that movie's just a movie. It doesn't do anything. It just sits there. You either watch it or you don't. But it's not hurting anybody. It's not doing anything. It's not, trying to teach some weird moral lesson that in the future is going to have some detrimental effect to humankind. It's not any of that. It's just a movie. It's just for entertainment. It might be a bad movie, but who gives a shit? So what if they fell off a cliff? You said one of their dads or one of the people is a magician. Or do you mean not like a magician like actual magic, but like a magician like we have magicians nowadays? Also, my grandmother once rolled her vehicle off the side of a mountain, and she totally lived. She got out of the car by herself and crawled her ass back up the side of the mountain to the road so that she could get some help. So it's totally reasonable to fall off the side of a mountain in a vehicle and then just not be dead. Actually, I'm pretty sure my grandmother has rolled 2 vehicles off the side of 2 totally different mountains. She really shouldn't be allowed to drive. That's totally reasonable. People put forks in light sockets and toasters and shit like that all the time. People are dumb, dude. People are dumb. Let me tell you. They fell off a cliff, hit a tree falling over onto them, and then drove off a cliff. I mean, yeah, so what? I mean, did they Did they drive off the cliff, or did something run them off the road? Right, because it seems pretty unlikely that they just drove straight off a cliff. I feel like you're probably leaving out important stuff to make it sound more ridiculous than it is. Like when the 11-year-old lifted the tree, did they use a fulcrum? Did they use a lever? Right? Or did they just pick it up, like bench press a tree off of the car? That seems unlikely based on how you've described the movie so far. So probably they used, a fulcrum and a lever to get extra power and lift the tree. And they probably didn't have to lift the tree very far, right? Just large enough, or just far enough for somebody to like crawl out from under it. So really all you're trying to do is alleviate a little pressure. That's totally a reasonable thing. She was sleeping and he turned around, then he went off the cliff. I mean, that happens. People get distracted and end up driving off the cliffs. Especially if they were getting chased by kidnappers. Or if they were worried about the mythical creature the kidnappers had. All totally reasonable, dude. Totally reasonable. And definitely not the stupidest thing ever. I mean, there are people who believe that the earth is flat. I'm just saying. Having a movie about an 11-year-old being able to lift a tree off a car is like the peak of scientific intelligence. When you compare it to people believe the earth is flat. Was not off the car, off of the dad. What? Oh, okay, so they lifted a tree off the dad. Same thing. I assume they used some sort of a lever though, right? Like they didn't just bench press a tree? It's incredible how much weight you can lift with the proper application of a lever and fulcrum. Like, impressive how much weight you can lift. But you're still not telling me how she lifted it, right? You're intentionally obfuscating the manner by which she lifted it. I have asked you or talked about like 4 times now whether or not she used a lever and fulcrum, and you have yet to say yes or no. You're intentionally trying to make it sound dumber than it is by obfuscating the manner by which it was accomplished. Right? She could have used a freaking pulley system. And if you connected enough pulleys together, a single person could lift like 2,000 pounds because pulleys multiply force. I mean, hell, how do you think stuff like the pyramids got made? Pulleys, levers, fulcrums, and a shitload of people lifting big ass blocks. Seems totally reasonable to me. I mean, you're literally never gonna get me to believe that the stupidest thing people have ever created is a movie. Of all of the things in history that humankind has created, you are never, ever, ever going to get me to agree that one kiddie movie is the dumbest thing ever. Like that's absurd, right? Hey, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. What is that? Jelly cans? Yeah, as a political ideology, absolutely. Nazism was definitely a dumb one. Originally, the question was the stupidest invention. I don't think that a movie is an invention. So I was looking for something in the medical sciences like, electroshock therapy or something like that. Lobotomies. I feel like those are really, really stupid inventions that people thought were doing some kind of good or in some way going to help people. And really, they just ruined lives and turned people into vegetables. How's it going? I've been lurking for a while, watching while I've been playing Dune. Oh, nice. Very nice. Have you been having yourself quite a bit of fun? How far along are you? Goodness. I can say words. Alright, we probably kind of need to wait. Something I might want to look into is getting enough plastanium to go ahead and make this and get myself a tier 6 cut array. But who knows? I don't have enough in the cook right now for that, so we're not going to worry about it for right this moment. Gonna have to go find a lot more titanium. I'm not getting a ton of titanium on the side that I'm on. Maybe the parachute coat? Mark 4, so I need a ton of aluminum. So I just moved my base. Lost myself and have been working on that for a few hours. Nice. I personally have always been partial to the Odom as an in-game location. And who made it tried it. Did he end up dead? I wouldn't say that that was something that humankind invented, though, Wyatt, because it never succeeded. Right? There's never been a successful use of a quote unquote parachute coat. I assume the first and only time a prototype was ever tested was that person dying. So I wouldn't say that's an invention. I would say that's, I don't know, a failed attempt at an invention. Uh, if it's something that I would say was invented, then I would say it has to have seen use, um, and actually had the desired effect, even if that desired effect was a stupid ass effect. Right? That the parachute coat never went into production. Nobody ever purchased a parachute coat. They're not like, safety tools that are put inside of skyscrapers in case of fire, in case people have to like jump out. Because they don't work. I wouldn't call those invented. But that's just semantics. I mean, you are really random today, dude. Hmm. You ever want to see some really, really dumb stuff? Look up the Darwin Awards. That shit will make you lose all faith in humanity. I want to make my thruster. The Darwin Awards? It's basically just a bunch of really ridiculous ways people have died. Or in some way taken themselves out of the gene pool. I'm gonna step away for just a couple of minutes here, though. I'm gonna go get a little something to eat and use the restroom, and I'll be right back. Yeah, I think everybody is just farming Matt's jelly. Because, you know, PvP and the faction system and the lands rat are just totally broken. There's not really any point in that crap.
Wyatt says Hermit is his name. He's smart, he's a fart, and he drives a go-kart. He has brothers, they're pretty cool. It will make you drool. Hermit can get ladies and rap a rap that will make you tipply tap tar.
At least part of that is true. You have brothers who are cool. I don't get any ladies. And I certainly can't rap. Cheese and potato quesadillas. So good. Yeah, I can get behind some fajitas. Some good shit right there. I just really like grilled peppers. Like even as good as, you know, like the chicken and the steak and all that stuff that goes into a fajita. As good as those things are. Grilled peppers, like grilled bell peppers, or, you know, if you put some grilled jalapenos or something in there, just taste so good. Also, why I love me a good old fashioned stir fry, which is basically a fajita in a bowl of rice instead of on a tortilla, which is also fucking delicious. All right, how close are we here? We need 24 more. That should be 12 minutes. I don't really want to wait 12 minutes. But let's go ahead and go get some more industrial pumps. Because I'm going to need some more for when I make my tier 6 wings for my scout. Oops, I was muted again. You know, I like ribs, Wyatt, but I don't necessarily like how messy they are. They taste good, but I just don't like dealing with all that mess. Mashed potatoes, chicken pot pie. Ooh. I like every kind of potato in the entire world. There are no potatoes that I do not think are utterly delicious. I like them scalloped. I like them fried. I like them mashed. I like them baked. I like them twice baked. I'll eat a raw potato. I give no fucks. Only downside. And to embrace the mess. I mean, that's fair. If you can embrace the mess, then eating ribs can be an even more fun experience. But I'm just not. I don't like to get my food on me. It annoys me. Hey, Jilly Cans, thanks for the follow. Welcome more officially to the channel. Is it supposed to be J Likens or is it supposed to be Jilly Cans? I personally prefer Jilly Cans. But if it's supposed to be J Likens, I'll just call you Liken. You know, I'm totally fine with people making sure I'm cool before they follow. You don't want to have some nerd that you don't even like popping up on your feed all the time. J Likens, but everyone calls it Jilly Cans. So either all right, I'm gonna call you Liken. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna get myself killed. How was that person shooting at me again? I could have sworn I killed you. It's like can, dude, like a werewolf. Speaking of werewolves, I actually just recently rewatched Teen Wolf again. I love that TV show. Oh my gosh, I love that TV show. I am definitely not the target audience. Because, you know, I'm old as shit, but I don't even care. Werewolves are dope. Nerd, you're dead. My last name is pronounced the same as Likens, spelled differently, and I've always liked werewolves, so it worked out nice. That's actually kind of awesome. I think if I had the choice to become a werewolf or to become a vampire, I think I might choose werewolf. Like, vampire would be awesome because immortality. But that's really the only thing that I think vampires have over werewolves. If I could be like an immortal werewolf. What do you mean? How does that connect to werewolves? Lycan, a lycanthrope, is a werewolf. The mythological figure that the Lycan myth is, there's actually a mythological figure whose name was Lycan, and they are the original lycanthrope. They were cursed by a god. I guess technically their name was pronounced like Lycan, not Lycan, but whatever. I see you. You're dead. You apparently don't see me. You're also dead. Um, I'm cheating, Lycan. I beat the Mintak quest line, so I have this the Fear's Best sniper rifle, which is obscenely good. It does even like an extra 50 something points of damage, so an extra like 20 to 25% over the plastanium damage for the same for the sniper. So you can get this. It's super easy. Just beat the Mintak quest. I assume the other quest lines, like um the Mentat, the advanced quest line from Arrakis, it's actually really easy. And I imagine um, the other trainers have similarly powerful weapons or the classes that they would be related to. Like, it wouldn't shock me if you got a flamethrower from the trooper or something like that. Okay, dude. But yeah, I mean, also, I'm in Mark 6. Well, I guess all of my gear is Mark 5. I'm wearing all duraluminum, and it's mostly unique. So, I mean, my gear's really good. Working on Swordmaster questline, just got distracted with other things today. Yeah, I mean, you should get distracted. Getting distracted is the best way to play these games. If you get too bogged down in trying to accomplish a certain task. Can I put your name in the top list because you're cool? Sure, Wyatt. I can do that.
Alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Wyatt. Here, actually, hang on. Because you're cool, You gotta be like a ice blue. Cool people are ice blue. Because what's cooler than being cool? Ice cold. I'm not ice blue because I've just been really partial to the color yellow lately. Ever since I started this channel, I've just been really partial to the color yellow. I think it suits the hermit theme very well. Okay, fuckface. I've been running into a bunch of sandstorms today. They just seem to be where I am, which has been mildly annoying. It would be kind of funny, but it would also be really annoying for people trying to watch. I could do something like there's another streamer that I know a little bit whose name is Looper Cow, and they created little sandworms. And the little sandworms like skitter across the bottom of the screen, and they've got each of the people who are viewing the channel at the time's name on them. And so your little named sandworm just like skitters across the bottom of the screen. And that's pretty cool. We could maybe do something like that. But I don't know how much screen real estate I'm willing to give up to something like that. Because it does, I mean, it distracts from what's going on in the game and all that stuff, so. We shall see. All right. If you say a word with R, you draw a line. When you die, you restart with no lines. You mean like a hangman kind of a thing? don't think I'd be able to keep track of that very well. And then I feel like I'd be constantly alt-tabbing out of the game to go draw lines. I don't know how well that would go. Ew. Stupid ass thing. I just want to detach my thruster so I can reattach my better thruster. Awesome. Oh wow. Like totally freaked me out. I mean, right on. Like across the screen, but then again, annoying. Most streamers are bum faces, but you're cool. Well, thanks, Wyatt. Thanks. I agree. Most streamers are bum faces, and I am cool. Alright, I think we're gonna have to take it down the left side here, which is probably gonna be a little dangerous. I'm a little worried. But we do have our Mark 6 wings and our Mark 6 thrusters, so we should be able to pretty easily outrun just about anybody with rockets. So I guess we don't have to worry too much. Whoops. Yeah. Go much faster now. An extra 10 kilometers per hour while we're elevating. That's still slightly slower than a gliding Mark 6 Scout Ornithopter with rockets. But then when I go into my glide, I can get up to 160 now. And that is faster than a Mark 6 with rockets by about 25 kilometers per hour. Or, sorry, about 15 kilometers per hour. Do you think Drat will join into the chat? Maybe. I don't know. I try not to speculate, and I try not to worry too much about, you know, what specific viewers are going to do. I really like Drat. I really like it when Drat's around. But I think it's kind of impolite for me to have any sort of expectation or anything like that of whether or not viewers are showing up. So I try not to worry about it too much. If they show up, I'll be happy, and if they don't, then that's fine too. What is the Drat call, Wyatt? Caw. You too. You too. Look up here. Look up here. Look up here. We are the three amigos. And amigos forever will be. Yeah, there's so many rock outcroppings over here. What's up with this, dude? What is up with this? Yeah, this is going to be way more dangerous to try and go down this side to go get resources. There are so many more rock outcroppings, and there are so many more people based up over here. Look at it. There's a whole ass city down there. We get some rock outcroppings right here. Right into the PvP zone. Wonder if any of these have any of the resources I might want. Let's fly down here a little closer. Have ourselves a peek-see. That didn't look like it had what I wanted. That's mostly just aluminum. All of this is just aluminum. Choom. Hey, there's some stravidium. Looks like just the one node of stravidium, though. Yeah, I just don't think we're going to be getting what we want here. I think it's best if we just mosey on deeper into the desert. Drag call didn't work. What'd you even do? I didn't see a drag call. Maybe we need to draw like a drat summoning circle on the screen. See if we can't just isekai his ass. Oh, looks like we got some stravidium and a little bit of titanium. There's a big ass base in here. The new season needs to start on Crunchyroll. What are some of your favorite animes that you've been watching, liking? I personally haven't actually watched a lot of anime in a couple of years now. I watched some Solo Leveling recently, just because so many people I know were saying it was good, and I enjoyed it. But I just don't enjoy anime now like I used to. The last one that I like really got into was Sword Art Online. And that was a while back. You know, I've watched a couple episodes of Demon Hunter, but never really got into that one. My Hero Academia, I also watched quite a bit of the first couple of seasons of that one. But again, I kind of stopped watching after the first, I don't know, 2 or 3 seasons. Yeah, I mean, I literally only watched like 2 episodes of Demon Slayer. The premise is pretty entertaining. And I like sword fighting. But I don't know. I think it's because I have to watch a lot of animes. And I don't really watch TV anymore. I usually turn TV on in the background and listen to it. But I like to watch them in Japanese, or I like to listen to them in Japanese. So I don't speak Japanese, so I have to actually watch. So yeah, I watched a little bit of Shangri-La Frontier also. My older brother put me onto it because he knows I like the isekais. But it was another one of those ones that I just didn't quite get into. Is this group's power down? Hang on. I feel like these people don't have power. Ah, they've got hatches. Okay. I was about to say. I mean, honestly, when it comes to watching animes, I think you just kind of have to identify the genre that you're personally most interested in, and then just kind of look for things in that genre. Because the genres have pretty specific tropes, and so they all end up being fairly similar with just slightly different storylines. So I would identify, you know, the tropes and the stuff that you like, and then watch specifically that stuff. You've got enemies of all, or enemies, you've got animes of all different kinds. You know, you've got slice of life stuff, um, you've got isekai stuff about going to another world, you've got regular fantasy stuff, you've got crazy sci-fi stuff, you've got basically everything there is.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
You know what? I don't want to deal with a large sandstorm, so why don't you go ahead and move that shit somewhere else? How about that? Oh, I am not going to make it to these rocks before this sandstorm hits. I'm going to try anyway, though. This is an absolutely terrible idea. Mostly like the action stuff.
Sector weather alert.
What's the... Is it Afro Samurai? There's a really good samurai anime that's like from way back. I think it might be Afro Samurai. But pretty good fight scenes. IGPX. So IGPX is an anime about this sort of like roller derby, futuristic, like sci-fi sport called the Immortal Grand Prix. And it was really good. I very much enjoyed watching it. So that might be something you enjoy. Come on, let me in here. Yeah, we sheltered. We good. But honestly, I really enjoyed Immortal Grand Prix. My Hero Academia obviously was a good one. You've got your staples, you've got your Narutos, you've got your One Piece. I've never actually watched One Piece, but my brothers really like it. Let's see. Obviously, your Dragon Ball, your Dragon Ball Z. Now they've got all the new ones, Dragon Ball GT, Dragon Ball, whatever the fuck they're on now. I haven't watched anything since Dragon Ball Z, but Dragon Ball Z was really good. I really enjoyed it. I have to watch One Piece in waves. They get like 50 episodes built up and binge them because they cliffhanger every episode. I like to just binge my TV anyway. I like to cut myself off a couple hours and just watch a whole bunch. Skip through commercials, all that stuff. I don't really like watching an episode and then having to wait a fucking week. I watch a lot of TV shows that I've already watched again. My Mark IV power pack is about to break. Don't you do it. Just got here. I need all this titanium. Yo, where's the good titanium at? This is booty cheeks. Tritium's too easy to come by, so everybody's just out here farming up the titanium. And I can't get none. Watch Big Bang Theory at least once a year. Just put it on in the background, work on my artwork. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I always put that stuff on while I'm playing video games. Just listen to the audio. Since I've already seen it, I know what all the scenes mean and what's going on. So I can kind of visualize it and just listen. All of the nodes are flipping Stravidium. And I am going to lose my mind. I'm going to lose it. It's going to be gone, and then I'm going to be mindless. Even more so than I already am. I'm a big fan of the Big Bang Theory, though. Some good stuff. Big Bang Theory and Rick and Morty both. Probably like Rick and Morty more than I like Big Bang Theory. But I also haven't finished Rick and Morty. And I haven't watched any of the new season. I should probably get on that. Problem is, I don't know exactly where I left off. It'll take me forever to figure it out. So I'll start over at the beginning. And then I'll just keep seeing episodes that I've already seen. And I'll be bored. Because I want to get to the new stuff. And then I'll never make it. And then I'll quit. Okay, but seriously, can we please have any titanium in the whole freaking map? What's going on here? I found a titanium. And that's something. So loud. Okay, game. Enough bumping. That's another Stravidium. I have like 300 and something Stravidium strips. maybe 400. I don't really need any more stravidium. I just need a bunch of titanium so that I can make some plastanium. Because I want to get tier 6 wings and a tier 6 rocket launcher for my scout orny, so that I can leave it. If I'm not mistaken, you can have your scout ornithopter loaded with rockets, because it can hold like 250 in the mag, and then you can put it in your backup tool, so when you take it out, it's got 250 rockets in it. And so I definitely want to do that. And then maybe once I get like a fully tier 6 scout ornithopter that I can use for PvP, then I'll start working on a fully tier 6 assault ornithopter that I can use for PvP that I'll just leave out inside of a base. Pocket rockets, exactly. Gotta have the pocket rockets. There have been a lot of people on Reddit who have been pretty upset about the fact that you can just pop out a scout ornithopter with rockets and fight back, but I think those people are probably just griefers who just want to be able to kill people who have storages without them being able to fight back. So F them. I think the whole pocket rocket thing is kind of nice. Definitely gonna call them pocket rockets. I like it. The amount of flying around I'm having to do to find titanium nodes is ridiculous. There was so much titanium last week. I feel like there's just none this week. Really like this little area out here, though. All these rock formations, this is great. So there's something I want to look for. Ooh, I think this might be it right here. So there's a type of formation that I'm looking for. No, not quite. I want to find a formation that has a hole in the top of it that I can build around the hole and obscure the hole. And then build down into the hole with like refineries and stuff so that I could do some refining out here. It'd be a little difficult because it'd be hard to get the water, but I could probably just use death stills. And this is almost what I'm looking for right here. It's not quite encircled enough, though. There would be places where you'd be able to tell. But that's almost it. But we'll keep looking around. This area out here is actually really cool. I hadn't seen a deep desert rock formation quite like this yet, with the really, really thin, tall spires instead of the sort of flatter spires, or the flatter formations. I wonder if the type of rocks in school, did people wedgies you, or did they wedgie themselves because how cool you are? I dropped out of high school because I got bullied a lot. So that probably answers your question. I went headfirst into more than one trash can when I was in high school. I was 6'5", 5th grade. That's funny. Yeah, see, I didn't start growing until well into my junior year. I was really short and kind of fat in high school. I'm 6'2" now. But I was not 6 foot tall in high school. I was kind of a short, fat kid. No, they beat me up because I wasn't cool. At least not by their standards. Topped out at 6'5", so from 5th grade till now only 5 inches. I mean, when you start off in the 5th grade at 6 foot tall, though, I wouldn't want to grow too much taller than 6'5". 6'5" seems like a good height. Get taller than that and you start having a lot of medical problems and stuff. Might get crushed by the weight of gravity. See, here's a pretty good one. You could definitely build some refineries and stuff back in here. So you just build across the front of this so that nobody can see that there's a little bit of space back here behind it. And then you build the whole thing open so it just looks like it's a place for you to camp out. And then you build like some refineries and some death stills and stuff back here. You wouldn't be able to get a lot of them, but you might be able to get enough. I mean, don't stand in the way of the cabinet doors. And you won't get smacked in the face with them. How many more days do we have? Until the end of this Landsrad. We still got a couple, right? Landsrad ends in 2 days, so we still got 3 days of this deep desert. It honestly might be worth it to try and go ahead and get something built out here where I could actually do some refining and maybe try and just spend like a whole couple of days out here without ever going back to base. That's not really how that works, Wyatt. Still be short. You just, or standing on top of something. There's also nothing wrong with being short. And this might be a decent spot for it too. Well, I appreciate that, Wyatt. I like knowing that people like me. Especially knowing that they like me not in a weird way. I don't think that I'd liked being liked in a weird way. I imagine that'd be rather uncomfortable. I'm really shocked that I haven't seen more structures out here in this big middle area. Seems like people are really clinging hard to that 1, 2, 3 side. Which is kind of strange to me. And it honestly kind of makes me want to build something out here. And bring a buggy. Because there's so many rocks that you could easily get to with a buggy out here. I mean, you could farm hard in a buggy. I honestly don't know what. I have only ever been to Canada once, and it was not on the 4th of July. I am not terribly familiar with how common it is for people in Canada to celebrate U.S. independence. I I imagine no matter where you live, there are people who would love to have an excuse to shoot off some fireworks. Yeah, have a good day, Wyatt. Thanks for being around. Thanks for chit-chatting. Thanks for asking some really weird questions. Had some very strange conversations today. It was awesome. People do always like blowing stuff up. And I gotta admit, I can't really blame them. I also like blowing stuff up. Just a good time. I think I'm going to need to make a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher before I come out here with a buggy. I was in the Navy, so we didn't get to do any grenade training. I have never thrown a grenade before. Oh, fuel. Or maybe a couple of dozen. The AT-4 rocket launcher was fun also. I've only seen that launch once. Never got to shoot it myself. Yeah, I have gotten to experience some pretty cool weaponry because I was a fire controlman when I was in the Navy. So, while I haven't fired a lot of cool, like, handheld weapons, when I was on the carrier, my division was in charge of the Ram missile launcher, the Sea Sparrow missile launcher, and the Sea Whiz machine gun. All the point defense weapons on the ship were under our purview, and I was specifically trained on the Sea Whiz. So we got to do a lot of fun, you know, shooting the tomato and stuff like that with the Sea Whiz and firing off rockets and all that shit was all part of what my division did. Right, right. We also had one of the big, I forget what the circumference or what the diameter of the barrel was, but we had one of the big cannons on the frigate. And I don't remember which one it was, but you had to shoot that off a couple of times. Them motherfuckers are loud. It was all a pretty good time. At least shooting the guns was. Everything else was mostly crap, but maybe. I got some pretty good tinnitus when I was on the carrier. Our berthing was directly below the flight deck, like on the aft side where the catch cables are, and then only about 2 or 3 decks down. So every single night while they were doing night landing operations until like 2 in the morning, you just get these crazy loud smacks as the cable was being picked up and dragged across the deck. And I mean, it was real freaking annoying. But yeah, no, I mean, those ships are just so loud all the time. Everything that happens on board. Oh shit, I'm dying. I have a full deck of leadage on, and I'm about to dehydrate to death. Yeah, exactly. Sleep deprivation's good for you. We'd get the care packages or whatever that were sent by, they had a bunch of different civilian organizations and stuff that would pack together little candies and other things that you might need while you were out on deployment. And you'd get a care package and it'd be like candy and caffeine pills. That was like the whole package. Because they knew nobody ever got enough sleep. Everybody needed caffeine. And the coffee tastes like shit. Had a friend in the Air Force, those asshats had a latte machine they took to the field. That's funny. So, um, on the carrier, when I went on deployment, you've got the ship store, and it's pretty large, and it's got, junk food and bullshit like that you can buy. And then we also had, as part of the ship store, we had like a legit coffee spot where you could go and get, like a caramel latte or whatever. It was basically a Starbucks inside the carrier. But the problem is it was super expensive, and it was basically just a way for the government to get its money back from you after they paid you your paycheck. So the free coffee in the Navy is shit. But if you want to go, pay $5 a day for some quote unquote Starbucks coffee, then you totally could. But that was how they got your paycheck back from you. Coffee and cigarettes in the freaking ship store, man. Probably spent half of my paycheck every month on deployment buying cigarettes. Not even the good cigarettes either. Nothing but Marlboro Lights and Reds. And then, of course, they had the freaking, what's the really popular menthol cigarette brand? But that was like all they had. Tell you what, you ever want to quit smoking? Smoke nothing but Reds for a while. Was that an energy drink somewhere? Hell with that coffee. Get their money back on. Yeah, there you go, Copenhagen. Newports, there you go. That's the one. Fucking Newports. I have smoked some Newports in my time when I ran out, and that was all that was available. Ugh. These are fucking gross, man. So gross. I don't know why anybody would choose to smoke that crap. I had a sergeant that would ask me to pick up Newports for him. I would wait to get out to the field, then charge him $10 a pack till he stopped asking. That's funny. That's real funny. Yeah, I mean, a can of Copenhagen or a pack of cigarettes when the ship store was running low in between resupplies were literally gold on the ship. You could sell a cigarette for $1 at the end of the unwrap cycle. What I think really surprised me, though, was how much stuff they packed onto that ship for the express purpose of selling it to us. Like, if you've got all that extra room to be able to put, you know, cases of monsters so you can stick them in the vending machines, or you know, all that caramel flavoring so you can sell ridiculously overpriced coffee. Can we just, like, get some better food or something and just pack all that into all that space and stop selling me shit that I don't need? Like, damn, man. Ooh, yeah, there you go. Beef ravioli. That's another thing that they used to sell in the ship store. They'd sell like little cans of ravioli or little cans of stew or stuff like that. I had a first class who brought a rice cooker with him. So we'd go get those little cans of like chili and stuff, or get a little can of tuna fish or something like that. And we'd go make up some rice in the shop and then dump that shit on there. So good. Fresh rice. Mmm. Get them all a little bit jealous. Absolutely. Absolutely. Because, you know, best thing to do is take advantage of your battle buddy, right? Get him out there desperate. Trick them into giving you all their money. Of course, it all ends up evening out because there's always something that you need that somebody else has that you end up getting overcharged for. Whether you want. It's usually not something you need. It's usually something you want. Okay, can you please? Had Sergeant Maver try to order me to give it to him. Looked him straight in the eye and said, "That's unlawful order." There you go. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there was food available. It just didn't taste good. Hey, good for you, Gravy. Glad you got yourself out there. My first trip to the field, my ass was carrying the 7-Eleven on my back out there. No rules about taking extra stuff. There you go. Gotta do what you gotta do, right? Gotta make that trip out there worth it. Gotta go get me some plant fibers. I call you Lunchbox. That's funny. The only reason I've ever heard of somebody being called Lunchbox is because they're fat. Never heard of somebody being called Lunchbox because they were prepared. Yes, you use the chem. You have to have the medium chem refinery though, Gravy. Thankfully, these plant fiber things come back quickly. It's a little annoying that you only get 5 plant fibers from each of these. It's a little bit annoying that there's so few of them, and you have to run in a giant ass circle in order to get them. I'm not really fond of it. I wish that there was a way that I could, like, use my Jeep to gather plant fibers and get a whole bunch. Oh shit, level 102. Falling out of control out here. I'm gonna... That's why it's no longer with us. Sure, he'll come back later. Get mad at me for that. I'm deleting it. No more Wyatt. How much y'all want to bet he comes back? The first thing he says is, "Where's my name?" I mean, he is pretty young. I think he's only like 12 or 13 years old, so. The random questions are pretty expected. Man, people already starting with the fireworks. I really love the way these rocket boosters on the Scout work now. Like a lot. It feels so much quicker to just get in and get underway, you know? I'm really looking forward to getting the Mark 6. Alright. How many of these filters can we get now? 18 on top of 3, so that's 21. I have 8. I could get 3 more. And I could put 3 in each one of those? Ugh. Is that really it? Why do I need so much spice residue? Oh my god. Oh, talking to myself again. So we need another 40 worth of plastanium, another 115 worth of spice to make a medium refinery, which I definitely want. Alright, we'll deal with all the weapon stuff in the future. Because mostly I'm just using unique weapons right now anyways, so. Who cares? I do want to get me a missile launcher. So I can have ground-based missile launcher. Man, we need so much plastanium and so much stuff. Alright, deposit all of those. Take them out. Deposit 5 more. Take them out. No, that just deposited the same 5. Never mind. Wish there was a way to just deposit 1. But whatever. Okay. I think we're all good there. Most of those will run for another day and a half. The other couple will run just 24 hours. It'll hopefully give me time to get some more spice. I need a lot more spice. Need, like 1,000 spice. Get everything I want made. Definitely gonna have to work on that a little harder. Need a little bit more plastanium, so that's fine. I think down that right hand side, that's probably the best place to get the spice. So that's probably the direction we'll head. Let's see about some fuel here. I eat a lot more fuel in my assault thopter, but I think it's worth it. Since I don't have to come back to base quite as often. There's a lot of positive things to be said about being able to stay out longer. Carrier ornithopter wings. Yeah. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom real quick. All right, be back. And I think since we got the thing, right, we went to go get something real quick. We went, fibers, that's right. I think since we got the fibers, we're probably okay. That's right. My Mark IV power pack is about to go out. Let's go ahead and make ourselves a Mark V. And we'll probably make ourselves a new leap suspensor belt too. Full suspensor belt is the one I want. Need more aluminum. I don't have any aluminum ore. That sucks. We pull that one back out and repair it. Yeah, we can. All right. Good enough. Good enough for government work. And away we go. You know what I didn't do? Didn't get any more fuel. Take this thing all the way down here. Wasn't really made for something this big, but that's fine. Let's get us some more fuel. Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire. Do I not have any fuel cells? Ain't that about a bitch? Split that. That. Split that. I mean, really, I have plenty of fuel cells lying around. I just didn't happen to have them in a storage container. You never really can run out of fuel cells in this game because you can, even with a Mark V cut array, you get over 600 fuel cells from a single node. So there's not really any way to run out, you know? Something I'm kind of thinking about. Well, nah, I don't have the resources to do it. Gonna go take it down the 789 side here. See about getting some melange. Some of that spice melange. Okay. The wings on this thing are so huge. Kind of ridiculous. Kind of ridiculous. B5 through H5 is the safest so far. That's over on your server, though. Although I think my server has actually been pretty clear in the middle route as well. Which is shocking because E5 is where one of the spice plumes is this time around. So you would think that more people would be going down the middle. But they're not going very far down the middle. They seem to just keep stopping right at the ringmouth spice plume there. Actually got to get quite a bit of spice at the ringmouth on E5 earlier yesterday before some people. Yeah. I mean, when it's that close to the exit, there's not really a ton of point in trying to like fight people there. A, B, C, D, E. Nope, wrong one. Yeah, because it's like right here. It's like 200 meters or something like that from the safe zone, so. Let's go see if maybe it's active right now. The other one was active earlier. Hopefully the other one's been eaten already. Maybe this one will be active now. I can take my little salty boy. I don't really know where I'm going because I can't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it is probably right here. Or maybe like right there. It's probably right there. Yeah. But because I've got my information all obscured because of streamer mode, even I can't see my information. It's super obnoxious. Did you see the new information? Zero Gravy? They put out a notification for Twitch that they're going to be giving us the ability, or they have given us the ability to set up like discount periods anytime we want to throughout the year. It's a pretty limited kind of a thing, but you should be able to, for the. It's unfortunate that they set it up the way they did because you can't change, 70 hours. 7 times for a total of 70 hours. It's a little sad that they only let you do it on the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. It's not like any 5 gifted tier or any 5 gifted subs or even any tier 1 subs. It can only be 5 tier 1 gifted subs gets a 35% discount. But still kind of a cool thing to be able to just put on there at some point. I'm actually probably going to do it this month. On July 20th is my 1 year streaming anniversary. That'll be my 366th day since I first started streaming. So I'll probably try and do like a 24-hour stream and throw that up during that time. Yeah, 70 per year, 70 hours per year for a total of 7 different time frames. So you could do like 7 times for 10 hours, or you could do, 3 times for 24 hours. Well, a little less. Or something like that. But yeah, I'll probably do it. I think I'm going to do it on my anniversary, so on the 20th, and then on my birthday, which is the 2nd of October. And I'll probably try and do 24-hour streams on both of those days and do it for a whole 24 hours. Yeah, I mean, you could do them on any holiday. Um, you know, both Christmas and New Year's, doing one over New Year's to like finish out what you had available for the year might be a good one. Because if you start it before the end of the year, so like at 11, and then do it over across midnight, um, then it would still be active for as long as you set it up. Because it takes the points and the hours right when you start the stream or right when you set it up, and then it'll last for as long as you want. So you could kind of like stretch it out over a New Year's or something. I think that's actually a good idea. That's probably what I'll do with whatever extra points or extra hours that I have for it. Is just start a stream at like 11 o'clock at night and then take the stream through New Year's. And have that active for the last 18 or 20 hours or whatever that'll be available for it. I think that's a good idea. Let's see, I think there's one over here. I really wish that we could just do it for like all subs though, instead of just a certain amount of gifted and only tier ones. Or if we could like choose some different options. If it could be like all gifteds or all personals or both, or, you know, get a little variety in there. Get a little variety in there. Worm. Big old worm. Look at that angry guy. Like these damn kids make too much noise. I'm gonna eat them. This looks like it might still be active. Looks like it's still got quite a bit of resource on it too. Might be able to get in here and get a little something something. Oh, nope, there's a carrier. Bye-bye. Alright, there's still a lot of spice and stuff around here. So we might go look for a medium blow or something. Because I didn't fly my happy ass all the way out here for nothing. Oh, spice. Where are you? There's that downed ship, but I really don't need any of those resources right now. I'm pretty stacked with the stuff that comes out of those. I really just need titanium and spice right now. It is so much more difficult to find spice now than it was before the PvE change. So much more difficult. I felt like there was just always spice before the PvE change. I'd bump into a couple of mediums and a large like every time I came out into the deep desert. Now they just seem so few and far between. Yeah, no, it's awful. There used to be so much more spice out here. And I mean, I understand wanting to limit the number of spice blows so that there's more PvP action. But because of how completely you can control the larger spice blows, and how easy it is to completely control the larger spice blows, like it's really just kind of a bummer. See, like, why is this one still here? I'm pretty sure this is the one I came to earlier. They also removed spice blows in Haga Base, and no, they're still there. They're definitely not as common. But they are still there. It also takes a really long time if a spice flow isn't like completely used up. Seems like it takes a while for it to dissipate. And so you end up with lots of these like mostly used up but not really spice blows, which I don't really like. I'm gonna like come in here and do this. Somebody angered it over there. It's not angry with me, but I'm gonna come up anyway. I don't know if they're thumpering over there or what. But I'm not trying to get fucking murked by a worm. There's one. Which way is it? If it's a medium, which is what I want it to be, then it'll still be there after I gather all this and get back in my copter, so I'm not gonna. It looks like it must have just been a small. I wonder if I should worry about that worm getting up over there, because I'm not getting the red. But I still feel like if I piss it off, since it's already breached over there, it won't breach here, it'll just attack me. It breached. That's funny. I'm probably actually having a detrimental effect on their gathering operation over there. I don't really care. But it does mean that they might come over here and try and fight me. In which case I will have to run away. Because I ain't got no missiles. I got a breach over there. I think I'm safe. I keep picking up over here because I didn't get the red lines. I think I'm far enough. I think I've got a different worm breaching over here on me. At least I really freaking hope so. Kind of afraid. Okay, yeah, I've got a different worm breaching here. I bet you they're super fucking mad right now. Because my worm keeps breaching right after theirs. I bet you they angry. It's pretty likely they'll come over here and investigate at some point. Oh, now we got another breach. Man, that's funny. What I really want is to see these fools go away. Or like finish up and bounce so I can maybe swoop in there and snag up some spice. What I'd really like to see is them get killed. It'd be really great to watch them. Oh god. I thought that was a worm breaching. I think that's a medium one. No, that's a small one. That's fine, it's right here. Let's go grab this up real quick. Get 300 or 400 spice. Nice. 500 spice? Hell yeah. Friggin' worth. you buddy boy. Looks like he's going down towards the big one. Either he's a part of that group, or... Oh, why did all... Oh, no, never mind. I was about to say, why did all my spice sand disappear? But it didn't. The breach that they just had feels like it was kind of on my side. I'm a little worried that that worm might come after me without a breach, because it was a little closer than some of the other ones they've had. Normally their breacher is happening over on the far side. I'm going to kind of stick close to my ship here, just in case. Because I think I can get up and away. Right, I've got my thruster. So if one of them comes up and is coming at me and isn't super close, then I think... Okay, that's just a breacher, so let's go ahead and gather up most of what I've got here. Okay. This has been horribly inefficient, trying to just pick this blow clean. But it's kind of the best option I have at this point. We still got at least probably another 500 to 1,000 that's going to be available here. Ooh. There we go, 30-something spice sand. A couple of those I picked up were only worth like 1 or 2. Okay, well, I think it's probably time to go ahead and find a new spot. With those little spices there really is left here, it's not worth the risk at this point. I'm super close to these people over here farming. Actually, it's possible that they've been farming long enough. Maybe they're not even over there. Maybe they're just now packing up and leaving. So let's go see. Nope, there's still a carrier there. You are dehydrated. I need to come up with a Dune themed emoji. All of the games that we've played that are like, you know, most important games we've played have emojis. I think Dune is going to be a pretty big part of this channel for a while. I need to come up with something with a sandworm or something like that. I don't know what to call it. I don't know what the theme of it should be though. The rockets get made at the weapons crafting station. Possibly you may need to get the advanced weapon crafting station, but I'm not 100%. They're duraluminum tier, so I think you can make it at the medium weapons crafting station or whatever. The regular one. But it may require the advanced. Was welcome back, Wyatt. I didn't realize I was all the way to the north. Dang. We out here. Oh, Spice. Where are you, Spice? Why do you hide from me? I want want some freaking spice. I want some freaking spice. Spice is so freaking nice. Spice is so freaking nice. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? Why is there no spice? Need it. Need it so bad. I didn't know there was a ring mouth out here. Okay, game. This is bullshit. I need at least a medium spice blow. I can get some spice at. Stop being so stingy with the spice. I told y'all. I told y'all. First thing he was gonna ask. You weren't here anymore, Wyatt. You left, so you weren't being cool anymore. Whoops, I ran into a wall just now. Hey, y'all just ignore that, okay? Never happened. Never happened. I mean, I'm a pretty clever fella. Yo, the lack of spice out here is redonkulous. I think it honestly just kind of takes up too much of the screen, Wyatt. I love you, dude. But everybody else comes to watch the game, not to read your name. I don't know what to tell you. I figured the not in a weird way is implied. Because I'm so cool, I don't do anything in a weird way, you know? I see a person. I see you, dude. Lucky I ain't got no rockets. Fly over there and pew pew you. That's true. That's true. Worse than going to jail, it would ruin my streaming career. Fully fitted with rockets now, but most probably I'll just run. I think probably the best way to protect yourself and actually get use out of your rockets there, Zero, is if you go ahead and set yourself up with some rockets, but put them on your scout. And then you can fill up your magazine. You can put 250 rockets in the magazine of your scout, and then you can still put it in your backup tool. And then you can fly around like in your assault ornithopter with a jet, with a thruster and a storage, so that you can gather a bunch of stuff and mostly get away. And then, you know, you run, you get yourself to, you know, a safe spot where you've got a base or something like that. You drop off your assault, and then you break out your scout with the rockets, and then go fuck people up with the rocket scout. I don't even know who EMR Savage is. Oh, Mr. Savage. Yeah, I don't know who Mr. Savage is either. Well, I need to build a base somewhere in H and F. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, just a little something. Just with a pentashield entrance that you can just drop down in. I really need to start consuming more Dune content. Going like watching other people's live streams and talking to them. Try and legitimately become part of this community. If I potentially get Dune, can my base be beside yours? So like a bodyguard? No, all of my information. Yeah, later, Gravy. Have a good night. All of my information about where I am and all that stuff, Wyatt, is being privated by the streamer mode. Because I didn't do well playing with other people earlier. And had to bail to play by myself. So I'm just going to keep playing by myself. Since I'm not going to give everybody the information on where I am, I don't want to give anybody the information on where I am. Yeah, exactly. Flashback to Ark, flashback to once human, flashback to every time I try and play with people. It always just ends up stressing me out and I end up having to leave. So I'm just not going to do that anymore. It's better if I play by myself.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
It has nothing to do with the other people. Everybody's always super helpful. I have a bad habit of overthinking things and worrying about stuff that doesn't need to be worried about. And it causes me unnecessary stress. But it's just better if I play by myself. Dig-a-doo-doo-doo, dig-a-doo, dig-a-doo-doo-doo, dig-a-doo, dig-a-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Yo, I haven't seen shit for spice out here. This is bonkers. Guess I should have been more active about gathering spice earlier when I was running into a lot more of it. 'Cause this is fucking booty cheeks, dude. Spice is a resource that can only be found on Arrakis. It's made by, I think, exploding worms. If I'm not mistaken, it's like how they reproduce or something. I don't really know. I don't know the lore of Dune very well. But it's a really, really valuable resource because it can be used to empower a person, to make them stronger, faster, sort of give them a little bit of precognition almost. And so it's an extremely valuable resource in the Dune universe. And so we're out here farming it because it's valuable and it's used for a bunch of stuff.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I think it's a secretion from their digestion. That's why they don't kill them. Oh, okay. Well, that would make sense. Yeah, I honestly don't know. I watched the 1984 version of the movie one time when I was a little bitty kid, like 10. And that's the only time I've ever seen anything Dune. I tried to read the book when I was in college, but holy fuck, that book is hard to read. And I am an experienced reader. I have read hundreds, if not more than 1,000 books in my life. And I couldn't even get through the first page of Dune. I was like, holy shit. I just had to keep rereading it, and I still couldn't quite wrap my head around what it was trying to say. And I've read, like a bunch of Shakespeare and stuff like that. I've never had any problem with any of that, and I just could not understand Dune. Read reading the books, had better chance of yeah, exactly. Dune is a book. It's actually a whole series of books. And it's not just about the planet Arrakis. It's about the entire empire. And so what you're seeing is just one planet. You see that big ass ship up there in the sky? That's a navigator's ship up there. And those ships are operated by people who have been genetically altered to be able to like create wormholes or something like that. And so they have the ability to transport giant ships like that across galaxies and stuff. And so they are a huge part of why the Empire in the Dune universe is so strong, is they can just travel anywhere. And they, can bring like the Sardaukar, who are the Empire's special military force. They could just bring them anywhere and quash rebellions and all that stuff. So, yeah, the whole lore behind the books and stuff is really entertaining, and it's a really deep lore because the person who wrote it, Herbert, Richard Herbert or Robert Herbert or something Herbert. When he wrote the books, it wasn't just about the books to him, and it wasn't just about the specific stories he was telling. It was very much like J.R. Tolkien when they wrote The Lord of the Rings. And instead of just saying that they were elves, Tolkien wrote an entire elvish language. And so he wrote stories inside of a world that he had up in his imagination, and that was extremely more deep than really even anything you could get from the books. And so Dune is very much the same way. The author has this whole idea of this whole universe, this whole empire that exists, and all of these different factions inside of this empire and all that stuff. And so when he writes books, he's giving you sort of a glimpse into this massive thing that lives inside of his brain. And I think those always make for the best stories. It's all well and good to have, you know, a cool hero tale, but it's even more interesting when that's just such a small part of what the author really understands about their world. Okay, this is starting to piss me off. Just need a couple thousand more spice. That's it. 3,000 more spice. We'll be good to go. It's purple. Like super duper fucking purple. It'll be like a purple circle on the ground. Sometimes it'll be a big circle. Sometimes it'll be a medium circle. Sometimes it'll be a little circle. But it's just a purple circle. I want the medium purple circle. Because I'm just by myself, so I don't need the big one. It also sounds like a nuke when they pop. That's true too. It explodes up out of the ground. And the really big ones even have like a mushroom cloud. The little ones just have smoke or something that billows up, but then the big ones get like a mushroom cloud that comes out. It's pretty dope. I like it quite a bit. What I don't like is flying around for like an hour. I mean, you said that you and your friend have played Ark. You, your friend, and your dad play Ark together sometimes. The PvP area of this game might not be right for you all, but the Haga Basin has a lot of entertaining stuff that goes on. And you can even buy your own private servers for the Haga Basin. Now, your Haga Basin does get connected to... your Haga Basin gets connected to other Haga Basins when they attach to a deep desert. So there's 20 Haga Basins that are all attached to the same deep desert, and the deep desert is the PvP area. And so I don't know how y'all are about PvP. I don't know if y'all like PvP or not, but the highest tier of equipment is all found out in the PvP zone. So you do have to risk getting shot and having people take your stuff and, you know, losing your equipment if you get eaten by a worm, or losing your thopter if it gets eaten by a worm and stuff like that. And there's quite a bit of griefing that goes on out in the desert, you know, intentionally just trying to kill people's vehicles and get people's vehicles eaten by a worm so that they lose all their stuff. So I don't know how y'all would feel about that, but there's a good 200 or 300 hours worth of playtime just in the Haga Basin, just leveling up your character and beating all the storylines and getting to Duraluminum tier, building yourself a nice big base, and all of that stuff is all a lot of fun. I'm still not even done with it. I've got almost 350 hours in this game now, and I'm still not on this character necessarily, but since the launch, I'm still doing some stuff. Still haven't beaten all the storylines. Still haven't done a bunch of things. So, I mean, there's a lot to this game, and they're gonna keep updating it, and they're gonna keep dropping new DLCs, and just like Ark did. So there's gonna be plenty to do. I don't think it's a bad game. I think the PvP in this game is bad. And I think that the faction system needs a lot of work, and if they don't fix that, then the PvP in this game is never going to be good. But if you just want to play through the PvE, I think there's more than enough content available that it's worth the $50 price tag, even as is. You know, I mean, a $50 price tag for 300 hours of entertainment is pretty solid. You like survival and base building, it's a that's exactly right, Lycan. You like survival and base building, it's definitely a good game. And if you like being able to interact with other people and stuff, I mean, I see people in my Haga Basin all the time. And if I wanted to go interact with those people, I totally could. Just go talk to them in voice chat, you know, go make trades, join guilds, you know, do whatever. There's tons of social aspect to this game. I mean, you've seen the whole time I've been flying around out here, people in ornithopters have been flying past me and shit. We haven't really interacted at all, but haven't had a single PvP encounter yet, but I'm also not that far into it. Yeah, I mean, I haven't had a legitimate PvP encounter yet, Lycan, because I have never brought PvP stuff out into the deep desert, right? I've never brought missiles or anything like that on my vehicles, because then you can't carry as much spice or resources. So every time I've been attacked, I've just been attacked. Oh, is that bubbling? I think that's bubbling right there. So this is kind of what it looks like here, Wyatt, when there's spice. This isn't bubbling, it's actually about to explode right now. We'll get down closer where you can see it. I don't know if it'll hurt me. But you can see it's bubbling up out of the ground or whatever. And so here real soon that's going to explode into... Oh, we've got a little screen shake going on. But yeah, here real soon that should explode into spice. We're actually going to hang out. And wait for it to explode and go gather a bunch. But yeah, all the people who have PvP'd me so far, Lycan, were just people intentionally trying to drop my Thopter over the dunes so that they could put a thumper on it so that it would get eaten by a worm. I've lost a single assault and a single scout so far. The people thumpering my Thopters. But other than that, I've managed to get away. Did I get too far away or did it stop bubbling? I think it stopped bubbling. Boom! That was just a little one. I thought it was going to be bigger. But it was just a bitty one. And I shoot it with this compactor. Now you just have to wait for it. But then when the sand is out here, so normally you would have to pick it up by hand and you'd have to sift the sand, right? But instead I use this special tool called a compactor. And the compactor, you saw it draws the sand together into clumps. And then I just pick up the clumps. And then we're done. And that's pretty much all the sand that one had available. We got another 400 and something there. I could have gotten a little more from it if I'd have gotten closer to the outer ring. But... And there's a sandworm. Big old long body. Hopefully one of these days we'll get to see a ring mouth actually swallow up one of the really, really big spots. I don't think I've seen a ring mouth yet. Ooh, we've only got 15 more minutes till our GeForce Now session ends. That'll put us right at 6 hours. PSU module's about to break. What, GeForce Now? GeForce Now is that service that I use to play my video games. It's a remote gaming service. So instead of playing the game on my computer, I'm actually streaming the game to my computer right now from a remote location. And they have computers with much better hardware than what my computer has. So I get to play at a higher fidelity, a higher graphic quality. And then my computer just runs all the streaming. So the game gets streamed to me, and then my computer streams that video out to you all. So it's sort of like playing on a 2-computer setup. Which eventually I'll just buy a nice computer. And then I'll probably do the same thing. I'll use the new computer when I buy it for actually playing my games. And then I'll probably still use this old computer for running my streams. And that'll give me the ability to maybe put out like a multi-stream kind of a thing where I can stream in both. Yeah, when I'm rich, there you go. But then I can put out a multi-stream that'll stream in both vertical and horizontal. So I can go stream on TikTok too. And then do YouTube short version or short style with the vertical streams. And hopefully that'll help me grow the brand a little bit. But that's all a ways in the future. Still not monetized on YouTube. Still not, really growing the channel huge. So we're just going to keep grinding it out. Keep doing the streams, keep playing the games. I mean, I'm not even on TikTok right now. Because I don't have the ability to stream in the vertical format as well as the horizontal format right now. It all has to be in the same format, so I just send it out on 1080 to YouTube and Twitch. I haven't been using TikTok or anything like that. I guess I could make shorts and then put them out on TikTok and YouTube. But I'm not really super into TikTok. I'm not really super into the vertical style in general. Kind of meh to me, so... I mean, I know it's super popular. I know a lot of streamer friends that do really well putting their stuff out in the vertical format, but Sleepy Party Wizard's one of them. He does all his streams in the vertical. His streams get pretty good traction. And I don't like it. Both him and Fluffy Sifu. stream to the vertical. Of course, I haven't seen Fluffy on stream in a while. Wonder what that fool's up to. Oh. I thought that was a medium one in the distance that still had some stuff around the edges, but it doesn't look like it. That over there might be a little one, though. I don't know, if I don't find another somewhere to get some stuff soon, we might just have to be going back without a full bag here. I don't want to go back without a full bag, but might not have a choice. I don't think we're gonna find no more. Might be time to bounce. Still possible to run into some small ones when we get back into the PvE area. We'll at least keep our eyes out, see if we catch one, but we might just have to go back with what we've got. That was a whole lot of time to spend out here for not a lot of spice. We're definitely gonna have to just start killing nerds and taking their spice. Is it a little toxic? Sure. But we're probably gonna have to do it. Because I need that good. Spice is also kind of a drug in Dune lore. So people take it to like make themselves more powerful and stuff, and then they get addicted. It can cause you to hallucinate and shit. Sort of. Yeah. It is definitely a form of amphetamine. Oh, we've only got 5 minutes to get back. Oh no. Wyatt the Riot 123. Thanks for the follow, bud. I appreciate it. Oh no. That's disturbing, Wyatt. I don't think I want you to be everywhere. I think just having you in 1 or 2 places is probably enough. If you were everywhere, I'd probably have to tear all my hair out. Oh, he's gonna start arguing with himself. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What are you doing to me, bud? What are you doing to me? Worm. You're gonna get yourself auto banned by Riot and YouTube, or by freaking Twitch and YouTube from arguing with yourself. And I am gonna laugh. That's what's gonna happen. Gonna freaking laugh. Gifting subs is experience? What? Can you get experience in Twitch? Is there like a leveling system? Or is that supposed to say expensive? Probably supposed to say expensive. Yeah. Yeah, tier 1 subs on Twitch are like $5 each. But that's the reason that I keep my ads to an absolute minimum. And why I try not to lock anything behind, you know, a subscriber wall or anything like that. Is because they are kind of expensive. And don't do that, Wyatt. Save your money to buy yourself video games and stuff, dude. Ain't no reason in gifting me subs. But I do have to put y'all on this screen real quick. Just save your money to buy video games. But we are at the 6-hour mark now, so that's probably going to be the end of the stream here today. Thanks everybody for coming out and hanging out and being so active in the chat and stuff. I really appreciate that. I'm kind of liking these 6-hour sessions, although I would like to probably start them a little earlier, but I've been having trouble getting up early and I've been staying up late, so we'll see. But I think 6 hours is a good session. It's given me some time to kind of look into some other stuff to work on for the channel, so I think it's probably going to continue to run that way. Because that's still, what, that's like 42 hours a week? Yeah, that's still a good full-time job worth of streaming, so I like that. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. We had some new people. Lycan, thanks for stopping by and joining us. So it's always fun to meet new folks and have a chance to talk to them. So I hope everybody has a good night, and I will see you all in the next one. And bye-bye, Wyatt.